About to go live. Alright, make sure everything is working. I know most of you are probably asleep. Okay. Alright, so today we're cruising through React stuff. Let's go. Okay, go to React, Redux, React and Redux, and then we'll go to some projects. Random let's actually look at what we need to build, right? A random quote machine that just spits out a random quote. When you click on new quote, looks like. Okay. Changes colors. A markdown previewer. What is that? Interesting. Build a drum machine. Okay, that'd be cool. Build a JavaScript calculator. Okay. And build a 25 plus 5 clock. Oh, like a Pomodoro kind of clock. Okay. Okay, cool. That looks pretty interesting. So let's dig in. First one is Introduction JS, not JS, React challenges. React is created by Facebook as an open source JavaScript library for building interfaces. It used to create components, handle state and props. Okay. Alright, what does that mean? States? I don't think I've learned any of that in the regular JS. Handle state and props. We've done event listeners. Life cycle methods. I don't know what that is. Combines HTML. Alright, cool. Let's go to the first lesson. Create a simple JS10 or JSX element. Intro. React is an open source view library created and maintained by Facebook. It's a great tool to render user UI. React uses syntax extension of JavaScript or JSX that allows you to write HTML directly within JavaScript. Ooh, interesting. This is relevant. It lets you use the full programmatic power of JavaScript within HTML. Wait, didn't they tell us to separate the JavaScript and HTML? For instance, JSX is a syntactic extension of JavaScript. You can actually write JavaScript directly within JSX. To do this, simply include your code you want to be treated JavaScript. We might have to get our notes out. Bum, 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 bum. All right, we are starting React. Let's go. So you can write JavaScript within the HTML. To do that, simply okay. Okay. So under the hood, the challenge are calling react.dom render JSX talking memory. This is the function call is what places your until I react. Okay, yeah, makes sense. The current code uses JSX to create to assign a div to an element to the constant JSX. JSX is a div. Replace div with an h1 element and add text hello JSX inside const JS equals. So he wants me to turn that into a h1 and then hello JSX. Hey, look at that. So we can do that. Oh, you can create HTML within directly within JavaScript, huh? That's actually quite helpful because yesterday when we were building the whack-a-mole game, we were just going inner HTML equals da da da, and then I basically had to create like a DOM element, and I had to set it to hide and then show you. I guess this way we can just create it when we need it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. 2% complete. Let's go. The last one was simple example. But JSX can represent a more complex system as well. One important thing to know about nested JSX is that it must return a single element. This one parent element would wrap all the other levels of nested elements. For instance, several JSX elements written as siblings with no parent wrapper element will not transpile. Nested G. Okay. So const Zello equals, we can basically just create an h1 tag. Right. And just say, hey world. We could do that. Do we have a logo for React? React Facebook. There we go. Reach. I meant React. Facebook. Open source. React. JS logo. Hey, there you go. I wonder if you can search that cover. Change cover. Unsplash. React JS. JavaScript. Okay, maybe not. I like this one. All right. Maximum file size is there. Sure. Yeah, boom, that's perfect. All right. So what's it saying now? One important thing to know is that about nested JSX is it must return a single element. This one parent element would wrap all the other nested levels. Here's an example. Valid JSX. Div paragraph 1 paragraph invalid paragraph. Just same as I mean, that isn't that same as just regular HTML. I mean, in HTML you can write it, but in this one to compile, you're gonna need the parent in there too. All right, cool. Defining const, we can do that. Const JSX equals that renders a div. So we need the opening and a closing div, right? Which contains the following element. So we want a H1 and a P, small p, not caps lock. So it's got a P tag. Hey, what's up, Stu? It looks like it, but it's not. It's more close to JavaScript than it is to HTML, in my opinion. Oh, you think? Oh, really? Okay, cool. What's going on, guys? Man, you guys are coming in late. I honestly, everyone would be asleep at this point. Well, actually, you guys probably early now, huh? It's like 8 a.m. your time, Stu. Yeah, I just wake up, man. 6 o'clock, I woke up. I was like, just fell asleep. What's going on, man? No, none of us scored. Come on, that's it's rigged. Yeah, I just started work. Hey, do you work from home or do you have to go into the office? P and unordered list. Stu got the magic. He about to score, man. He about to show both Marble and me how it's done. Try. Look at that. You about to hit it. Bro, you're gonna. Oh, 72. Nice. Nice. Okay, so you want an unordered list, and within that, we want a bunch of list items. And I'm misusing virtual VS Code because I just type in the start li and it automatically gives me the ending tags. You work from home? Okay, awesome, awesome. Wait, hang on. I read your tweet that your internet went out. Is it back? You say your power of broadband was fiber cable, something blew up. Okay. What else we create? You can include any text you want within each element, alright. Stu is a legend. Why is it giving me green? Why is it doing that? Does that mean I have to put quotes in like this? It doesn't like capital? That's weird. Yeah, I was just gonna a few hours and I couldn't do anything but tweet. Stu's power went out. Why is it doing that, man? Look at that. It doesn't like capitals, but although it's shown on the page, maybe it's just this thing. Doesn't actually matter. Stu's power went out. I don't know, man. I actually don't. Okay, I think he has an open source Android project. Works from home. No homo. He works from home. And what else he putting quote? It literally prints the quote. I just put that in. Oh crap. Yeah, it outputs the quote as well, which is weird. I don't know. I think it's probably just the editor inside FreeCodeCamp. Open source Android project, works from home, and he is starting to stream from 2021. There you go. I think that's what they wanted to do. Boom. From the power of Stu, we have passed the test. Wait, why did it? Okay. Alright, how do you add comments in JSX? JSX. This is a block. Yeah, it's just weird how it's colored different. Hey, fire. How'd you get the fire emoji? Glitch lit? What? Oh, capital. Nice, nice. I need to up my Twitch game, man. I don't know. It's different, right? Because I'm used to more like just iOS or even Slack. I'm used to Slack because I use that for work all day long. JS syntax, this compiles to JavaScript. Sometimes for readability, you might need to add comments to your code. Okay, we can do that. Comments. To put comments, you use the syntax. Oh, we need curly braces and like that's like a CSS kind of code block. All right, we can do that. Yeah, Twitch emotion emojis make no sense. Yeah, it's so confusing, man. Apparently, I've unlocked some stuff. Surprise. Oh, okay, got it. Virtual hug, Twitch things, dark mode, Twitch votes. Don't say. Yeah, it's weird. Alright, okay. What am I doing? What's the ask? The code editor has a JSX element. Similar to what you created in the last challenge, the add comments. They added this round braces or parentheses. Add a comment somewhere within the provided div without modifying the existing. Okay, so to add a query, you do two of these. Boom, 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 right? And then this is my awesome comment. Okay. Alright, move on. Ask me later. Render HTML elements to the DOM. So far, you've learned JSX is convenient to rewrite or write readable HTML. With React, you can render this JSX directly to the HTML using React's rendering API known as React DOM. React DOM offers a simple method to render React elements to the DOM, which looks like this. React DOM.render component to render target node. Interesting. Render HTML elements of DOM. So this is kind of like document dot something by ID create element or in HTML looks like. And HTML to the DOM. Okay. Must be called after JSX element declarations like. It's okay. Right? Use the React DOM dot. Okay, let's go. So React DOM capitals dot render method. You can pass define JSX element directly in as a first argument and use document.getElement by ID to select the DOM node to render them to. There is a div with the ID challenge node. There is a div with the ID. Okay, we can do that. Okay, so if I want to pass the H1, do I just go that? H1. The component to render. So can I just go, okay, you add H1 and P like that? Or something? H1 is not a component. H1 is not a component. But that variable up there is. Oh, JSX is a component? What? The constant JSX should return a div element, right? The div should contain an h1 tag as the first element. It does. I mean, those tests are basically passes because they've already built it. Actually, right. Those were just given to probably the JSX element. Oh, the JSX. Okay, I see what you mean. But what if maybe they'll teach you later on? What if I just want the P tag from the JSX? There's gotta be a way. And then just get. It's interesting that we still have to use document to get element by ID. Dot get the element by ID, and the ID is challenge node. ID, yeah. Challenge is not defined. Do I need to do this? Hey, look at that. Reactor DOM JSX. What if I just wanted like JSX.h1 or something? Okay. Alright, whatever. We'll go for it. H1 is not a component. Yeah, take a while to get used to. I just started getting used to the regular JavaScript syntaxes. I got on a whole new thing. Define an HTML class in JSX. Now that you're getting comfortable with JSX, maybe you may be wondering how it differs from HTML. So far, it may seem that HTML and JSX are exactly the same. One key difference in JSX is you can no longer use the word class. I can no longer use the word class to define classes because class is reserved word in JavaScript. Instead, JSX uses class name. In fact, the naming convention of HTML attributes and event references. For example, click event on JSX is on click instead of on click. Gotcha. Likewise, on change. Alright, very cool. Apply a class of my div to div. Add a class to this. So I just go class name equals my div, right? I think that's what it wants to do. The div should have a class on my div. Oh, the divs, not the h1 on the div. Okay. Class becomes class name. Alright, learn about self-closing JSX tags. So far, you've seen how JSX differs in the class, div and div. The closing tag always had a / before the tag. However, there are special instances in HTML called self-closing tags that don't require, right? For example, line break can be br or br, but should never be written as that since it doesn't contain any content. In JSX, the rules are a little different. Any JSX element can be written with a self-closing tag, and therefore it must be closed. Line break tag can be written as div or div. Must always be written as that. A div on the other hand can be written as div or div. The difference is that the first syntax version there is no way to include anything in the div. You'll see later on challenges. Okay. So I guess when you're creating like an empty div and you want to pass something onto it, you just do this. Okay, interesting. Fix the errors in the code. All it needs is a snap. What's the HR? I don't know what HR is. Saved coded local storage. No, thank you. Oh, HR is it? I have no idea what an HR is. Or maybe we can just go this. I'm into what is an HR tag? HTML HR tag. Thematic break. You can't delete everything. That's my solution, right? It doesn't work. Hey, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work if it doesn't exist. Like problem solved. Just get rid of it. What's an HR? HR define thematic changes. Right, okay, just themes. Gotcha. That's my solution to everything, man. Delete. Create a stateless functional component. Components are the core of React. Everything in React is a component, and you will learn how to create one. There are two ways to create a React component. First way is to use a JavaScript function. Defining a component in this way creates a stateless functional component. The concept of a stateless application will be covered later. For now, the stateless. Think of a stateless component as one that can receive data and render it, but does not manage or track changes to that data. We'll cover the second way. To create a component function, simply write a JavaScript function that returns inside the JSX with no one. Important thing to note is the React requires your function name to begin with a capital letter. Look at that. Here's an example. After being transfiled, the div will have a CSS. Demo component function return. Okay, interesting. I'm legit learning along. I know Vue.js and I have no idea how React's. Cool, man. Cool. This is fun. This is actually fun. Is there anything you want to learn? Like, I actually just looking at those math challenges, I thought like maybe a year, 2 years from now, we might start learning maths. We could do it live on the stream. That would be like computer science stuff. Not now, like not for at least another 12 months or 18 months at least. I was thinking I was gonna learn those anyway. Vue.js, I've heard of Vue.js. Okay. Because the JSS component, I think mostly React stuff and React Native. Okay. React Native, what is that? Framework for building React apps. Wait, that's the same logo as written in JavaScript, rendered with native code. What does that mean? Like an iOS app? Oh, yeah. So you can do both. Just for building apps, not web apps, right? Just web apps, like iOS or Android apps. Very cool. All right, we can add that to the list. Because of JSX framework written mobile apps. Okay, cool. That'd be fun to build like an app. Because a JSX component represents HTML, you can put several components together to create a more complex HTML page. This is one of the key advantages of using component provides. It allows you to compose your UI from many separate, isolated components. This makes it easier to build and maintain complex user interfaces. We used to have it a while, but I haven't touched the product because I'm clueless. Nice. Let's do it together, man. The code editor has a function called myComponent. Complete this function so it returns a single div. We can do that. Return. Return needs to be within one of these, looks like. Let's add the spacing in there. It's gonna be Hey, look at that. Look at that. Complete the function which contains some string of text. So if it contains text, we're gonna have to do this. I don't know. React is cool. This colorization of the text still puts. I'm still thrown off by it. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Just weird. Change the code above this line. So you know. Wait, what? Complete this function returns a single element which contains some string of text. The text is considered a child of the div element, so you will not be able to use a self-closing tag. Okay, yeah. That's why we got that. Cool. Uh, that's it. Just thinking, man, this would be. I'm already starting to think like how this. I don't know. I'm just guessing right now. I think this would be really helpful. So when we did the whack-a-mole game, so in certain states, when you click a button, I was like toggling on and off certain classes, removing, adding stuff. So maybe this here could run a function that would just do that. That would just create the element when needed, and then another function would then just delete when it's not needed, instead of having everything on the page and then basically show and hide with classes. I think that's one of the use cases I can think of. Yeah. Okay. 15%, man, we are powering through this. Create a React component. The other way to define a React component is with the ES6 class syntax. In the following example, kitten extends React or component true. That's the beauty of frameworks. Nice. Class kitten extends React dot component constructor. I mean, in the backend is probably doing the same thing, right? What we did with just the vanilla stuff, it just handles. Yeah, I'm already starting to see it would be less work to do it this way. Okay. Class kitten extends React component constructor props super props. Okay, now we get into the more difficult stuff. What the hell does that mean? Class function name extends React component constructor props super props. Right now, okay. This creates an ES6 class kitten, which extends the React component class. So the kitten class now has access to menus for. Oh, okay. Don't worry if I'm familiar with these terms yet. They will be covered in greater detail in later challenges. Also notice kitten class has a constructor that calls super. It uses super to call constructor of the parent class. Right. In this case, React component. The constructor is a special method used during the initialization of objects that are created with the class keyword. It is best practice to call a component's constructor with super and pass props to both. This makes sure the component is initialized properly. From for now, know that it is standard for this code to be included. Soon you'll see some other users. Yeah, right now it's not making a whole lot of sense, but we will create a React component. Yeah, whatever. Set the entire notes in here. Doom. Oh man, I don't know how helpful these notes are. Actually, I didn't refer to them much when we were doing the actual projects. All right, okay, what are we doing here? My components define the code editor using the class syntax. Finish writing the render. So it returns a div element that contains h1. I mean, so it's got a div that has an h1 with the text hello React. Yeah, okay, I'm still not sure what this is doing, but we'll see. Writing notes helps you remember them, though. I think you'd have a tough time with some parts you've done. Should right? Okay. All right. I don't think I refer to them much, but that does make sense. Just even if I don't refer to them, just at least thinking it through when I write it. The H1 header should contain the string hello Bria. Oh, it's missing the exclamation mark. Do you take notes and stuff? Do you take handwritten notes, online notes? Create a component mode. Composition. What is a composition? Child component. Hey, look at that. We have a arrow function now. To get an idea what constructed, you'll have to refresh your memory with some OOP. Yeah, okay. And I built some kind of instances. Alright, let's see. OOP, basic concepts, JavaScript. Let's see. I could probably look up my notes, but I don't think my notes. Yeah, let's just look up the notes. That's what notes are for. Just to look up stuff. JavaScript. Object oriented. Is it oriented or orientated? Object oriented. Okay. Function bird. This that name. This the name. Name and owner are attributes of bird. My bird is an instance of new bird. Well, my bird is an instance of bird. And bird takes into argument parameters a constructor function. There we go. Constructors define with capital and distinguish from other functions that are not constructors. Constructors are you use the word keyword this as a properties of the object they will create. Of the object they will create. Hey, what's up, Hades? What's going on? Clop spinach. Hello, hello. I don't take notes. I rather write practice code. Try what I'm writing. If it doesn't, can't delete the whole thing. Rewrite again. I need to do more of that. Just writing and delete. Remember, if this prototype does not, you should look for newer notes. Yeah, I remember you guys was taking the piss out of prototypes. Yeah, look at that. Prototype. Okay, yeah. So constructor kinda get it. Or rather notes are on year 6 classes. JavaScript prototype. Year 6. Where's year 6 stuff? All of these. Destructuring. Oh man, destructuring. I forgot about all of those. Okay, the object to freeze, anonymous functions, rest spread. What was restructuring again? receive the first two lists, use strict. Consider equals list, return error. Remove first two. You can't do either A or B. Okay. Alright. Class syntax define. There we go. This is the one. Are you studying in university? No, 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 my man. I'm studying in FreeCodeCamp. That's my university. Yeah, let me send you a link. What about you? I like the name Club Spinach. Reminds me of Popoy. Popoy the Sailor Man. I used to love that as a kid, man. What's going on, Hades? Variable space shuttle, function target planet. This is target planet. Zeus can be rewritten as class space shuttle, constructor target planet. This dot target planet equals target planet. Oh, so what it's doing is basically this dot target planet has been replaced by super, and super is basically this whatever this or that is basically the reactor component. I see what it's doing now. Okay, okay. Yeah, okay. That's the thing, like, nope. Oh, really? um, that's the problem. What I was saying yesterday. I don't use much OOP stuff, so all the projects I build, I have never used any of these. I've just been using functions. So yeah, my memory of these, just not very practiced. So it's not doing that. What is it doing? What time is it for you, Hades? Sleepy? 7 a.m. for me, so it's probably 2 a.m. for you. 1 a.m. Alright, let's see. Actually, 9 a.m. Oh, you've been up the whole night? What? Build error. Join Discord. Alright, let's go Discord. Man, get some sleep, bro. 9 a.m. Do you go to school or like what? What's happening? Alright. Hey man, what's going on? Hey, you left. You have a stand up right now? Alright, okay. Alright. Back in 5? Alright, man. Catch you in a bit. Do you plan to work as a web dev in future? Alright, here's the plan. Here is the plan. So I've been coding for 90 days now, just over 90 days. Here's what we're doing, right? Why I'm learning to code? Two reasons. One, start my own company. That's 80% of the motivation. If that doesn't work, then yeah, work as a developer. And what I'm doing right now, I went through the FreeCodeCamp JavaScript curriculum. Do you know what? Maybe even add it here, right? Finish the HTML and CSS FCC curriculum. That was already done. That's basically it's FreeCodeCamp. So I went through the basic JavaScript stuff. That one's done. Build some of the projects from here. Built a few audience projects, and now we're going through the front end library stuff. And these are things to come. And then we're going to build a real project afterwards. That's the plan. Yesterday we finished off this game. If you want to check it out, I thought it was pretty cool. I found some bugs afterwards. Actually, I changed the names, isn't it? It was could be Wacamo, I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's. Your name is Indian, but your accent is European. Yeah, I'm from the UK. Yeah, check it out, man. Check out that game. It's Indian. Yeah, I guess it's a South Asian name. What about you? Where are you from? Man, this constructor functions. What's a constructor function? Maybe like a YouTube video might be good. Constructor function JavaScript.
Welcome back to JavaScript the Basics. In this lesson, we're going to look at object constructor functions. Object constructor functions allow us to create many objects using a function as a template. We'll cover functions in a future section. A function for now is something we can count on to do work for us. So in this lesson, we're going to learn what the object constructor function does for us. So let's say we want to make a car, then another car, and then another car. This could take a long time. In our previous example, we have only been able to build one object, aka a car, at a time. Sometimes in JavaScript, we like to have an object type that can be used to create many objects of one type. The standard way to create an object type is to use an object constructor function. So let's pretend we are a car factory and have to build a
Like my class pancakes to an apple. That would use a constructor for pancakes class. That would use constructor for pancakes class. It's just an instance function for class. Okay. Emilian Kosh, what's up? What's going on? The game that build looks pretty cool. Great job. You're learning everything quickly. Quick learner. Oh man, it's not quick. We spent 196 hours. I looked yesterday. 194 hours in 90 days, which is a lot. What is that like? Must 194 divided by about 90 days streaming. No, is it 90 days? Well, 24, right? If you do that, yeah, it's averaging 8 hours a day. Yeah, on average, I've been doing 8 hours a day, bro. So, wait, is that right? No, it's not. Whatever, I can't do maths. Averaging 4 or 5 hours a day, I think, around that. So we spend a lot of time on it. I honestly feel like I'm going too slow, to be honest. Like this, I've forgotten this.
a lot of cars. We will first create the template with the object's properties. This will save us from writing a lot of the same code over and over again. We'll look at functions in a later lecture, but when you find yourself repeating the same code over and over, there's a sign there's probably a function that can do the work for us. Let's look at this code since it is new to us. Then we'll look at the magic it performs. First, we have the JavaScript reserved keyword function. This is for our JavaScript interpreter, so it knows what to do with the code we are giving it. After this, we have the function name car. It is capitalized. I know that I told you before that capitalizing the first word of variables is not the best practice, but when it comes to object constructor notation, this is in fact best practice. This isn't necessary, but remember, we're always coding for the JavaScript interpreter's understanding, but also for human eyes that will look at our code later. The function has 3 parameters. Each one sets the value of a property in the object. The properties will be the same for each object created using this function. We have a new word for our JavaScript vocabulary. It is the reserved word this. Let's pause for a moment and talk about this. The keyword this is commonly used inside functions and objects. Where the function is declared alters what this means. It always refers to one object, usually the object in which the function operates. In JavaScript, the thing called this is the object that owns the JavaScript code. The value of this, when used in a function, is the object, in this case car, that owns the function. The this keyword in an object constructor does not have a value. It is only a substitute for the new object. The value of this will become the new object when the constructor is used to create an object. Note that this is not a variable, it is a keyword. You cannot change the value of this to be something else and get the same result. Let's produce a mass amount of cars. The function car is an object constructor. Once you have an object constructor, you can create new objects or instances of the same type. We can do that by setting a new variable of car1 and assign it a value of new car. And remember, car doesn't have to be capitalized, but it is the convention and best practice in this case. You then give it arguments. Remember, the car object constructor has the parameters.
Okay. That's what you meant by the thing.
We can then fill a car with arguments
Pancakes. Pancakes.
We add Honda for make, Civic for model, and 2006 for year. And here's what our value for car1 is. That's a lot of code. Look how easy it is to make a bunch of cars using the object constructor function. Once we have created our new objects, we can add and access them the same way as any other object. We could look at car4, the Jeep Cherokee, and we might want to add a few features. We could give it 4-wheel drive with dot notation. Car4.4-wheel drive equals the boolean true. We could give it a boolean as to whether it has bumper stickers or not, and in this case, we could use bracket notation to do this. There you go. You have moved from making cars one at a time to becoming a car factory. Now let's give this a shot again. Let's build a zoo. If we were to build a zoo with object literal notation, it might look something like this. By the way, I'm not a zoologist, so I'm just making this stuff up off the top of my head. First, let's add a lion. We'll give it the name Simba. I know, not very original. We'll give it a food type of carnivore and a boolean of true for king of the jungle. Then we could add a monkey. We'll give him a first name of Louis, a food type of carnivore, and a boolean for false in regards to being king of the jungle. As you can see, this is going to take a while and a lot of repeated keystrokes to fill up our zoo. So let's create another object constructor function. It looks like all of our animals are going to have a name, food type, and status as to whether they are king of the jungle. We'll start off by declaring a function and choosing a function name, in this case animal. Again, we capitalize it as best practice. We then fill in the parameters, which are name, food type, and king of the jungle. Then we have opening and closing curly braces for our function code. And there we place our this keyword that will be referring to the object animal. And there we place our this keyword that will be referring to the object constructor function. Attached to each keyword is the property that will belong to each instance of the object, and then we set a value equal to the parameter above that will be filled in with the argument when we invoke the function. So we are all set. Let's fill up our zoo. We'll just declare a new variable for each animal and assign it the value of the new keyword, as well with the JavaScript
Right. So,
interpreter know that we're
okay.
new instances of our object. Then
So basically, you have a function with animal that takes in these parameters, and then it would create an object with these, basically these keys, right? Name, food type, and king of the jungle. And then you can create a new instance of the animal by using the new keyword. New. So animal one is the variable or the new thing we're creating, and there's going to be a new instance of the animal thing, and it's going to add Snoop. It's going to add name is Snoopy. So name is going to be Snoopy. Food type is going to be carnivore. King of the jungle falls, right? And instead of doing this three times, we can just go one liner like that and create three of them. I think that's what it's doing. We are getting into objects. It's a mind fuck. um, yeah, man. We briefly did this like I want to say 2 weeks ago now. All right, cool. Join Discord. All right. That was a quick stand up. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's going on?
Man. Oh, good. I'm not sure how good is going to be the audio. I'm using my work PC and Discord via my browser. So this is going
Okay.
to be interesting.
It's
Can
pretty
you hear me
good.
clearly though?
I can.
Oh, that's good. Cool. I just wanted to like take you over these constructor thingies that are all over the place.
Okay.
Which channel? I'm going to use general to write down these things.
Okay.
So a constructor is you can call it an initializer method within a class. You create this class dog. Dog has name, has number of flag. Oh shit, that's an animal. In fact, yeah, let me start with animal. Animal has I don't know type or name, number of legs, and what it can do. I guess make noise. I think, and then a dog will inherit type animal by extending. So you'd write class dog extends animal. So animal has a constructor
Okay.
to I don't know specify its name or number of legs, but animal is too generic to have like an exact number of legs. So let's say just sets up a name. So you're gonna have something like class animal. Shit, I'm writing code. Discord. ML.
might be easy if you can share your screen. That's what Bert does, which is really helpful.
Oh shoot! Yeah. Let me do that. Let me pull up VS Code real quick.
Okay.
And luckily enough, this thing can share. Now let's see. Do we have a
Yes, we do. Look at that.
file I can pull up? I'm looking for a file to pull up from this project. I'm just gonna reuse
Okay.
one of these things.
Okay.
I'm gonna use ESLint. Yeah, go away. So I have class animal that has a constructor.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't take in anything. Should it take in? Yeah, it should take in a name. Then this name equals name. So your animal has a name.
Right.
And later on, you realize you need something more definitive. So you create a dog. The dog extends on you. Extends. What the hell is that? Dog extends animal. I hope it doesn't complain because it just did something weird for me. constructor and number of limbs. Yeah, let me not say legs.
Okay.
I don't think animals have legs.
They have limbs. Limbs is good.
Yeah. Plural, of course.
Because they got one limb. so so you,
So this, oh yeah, also it wants a name for your dog.
okay.
Now, instead of me creating another this dot name within dog, I know that animal already has a property name.
Right.
So because uh, my dog is an animal, I should also construct the animal part of it because that's what it is. So instead, I'd say super and then pass in a name. So what's going on here is super is saying whatever my parent class is as I'm dog, which is extend in this case, I want you to call the constructor and do everything within the constructor of the parent, which is animal. So super name is essentially going to go constructor name
Yeah.
and then assign whatever parameter I'm passing into the constructor to whatever property, and that's defined within the constructor of the animal.
Okay.
So I'm saying I'm constructing my dog with my constructor, but also for the parent constructor, I don't know if there's anything important I need to construct there, but just in case, construct it either way. And if I leave this out, my dog will not have a name. I can though. I think JavaScript will allow me to say this dot name equals name, but this is redundant now. I'm pretty much repeating the same thing that was done above.
Right.
And it
Okay.
might happen that a name has to be created some funky way, like for instance, animal dash, and then I have to like concatenate so that like I specify that animal names can start with animal dash, and for me to make sure that everything for the animal to be consistent is done the right way, I have to use the animal's constructor. And to do that, and so that I don't repeat myself, I just use super to make sure
Okay.
that the constructor with my animal is called all the time.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Quick question though. Can I use super multiple times? For example, if the animal, the original thing had multiple parameters, not just name. Let's say it had eye colors, for example, and then
Or like that.
right. Can I do a second super in the constructor and super eye color too, or no?
No, you use the same. You you use the same constructor in this way because constructor is taking into parameters. So calling super, you have to make sure that you adhere to the signature of your constructor you're calling. So name now I have to give eye
Oh,
color here.
gotcha. Okay. Oh, so you can just have commas and okay, okay, got it. I thought you'd have to do super name and then super
Yeah,
green. Okay, all right.
yeah. I think it yeah, I don't think you can call a constructor multiple times. I'm sure JavaScript will complain because a constructor
Okay,
is essentially like the starting point. So you don't want to start multiple times. That's not starting now. That's that's
right,
something
right,
else.
right.
Uh,
Um,
yeah, I think JavaScript has a way of complaining about that. But yeah, that's essentially it. That's the constructor in a nutshell. And for your case, it's class. Ah, shit, I don't have React here, so it's definitely going to complain about me using React specific stuff. When I have a class, what did you have? Oh, my I don't even need to have to write this though, because it's the same with yours. So yeah, this is essentially what's going on.
okay, man, that's so helpful.
And
Okay,
there are some cases where you have I don't think you have multiple constructors with JavaScript. I don't know. I doubt. I highly doubt. But there must be because that's how object-oriented programming is. You can have multiple constructors with different signatures of which you use for creating whatever class you're creating to have like different characteristics. Like for
right.
instance, you can have in other languages. I'm not sure if JavaScript will allow. Oh yeah. for JavaScript to have different signatures, you can like use like default values, so that when calling, like for instance, eye color, I can have eye color be, yeah, what, red, because I don't know,
Yeah,
animals, wow.
got red eyes. Yep.
I can have like super called with the only name passed in. And
Right.
then your constructor will use the name you passed in and the default eye color for this case.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so you can also have super with no parameters, but then your name is either going to be undefined or the default value passed in.
Okay, okay. It's gonna be undefined, or but if it's undefined, I can always afterwards pass in the name myself, right?
Yeah,
Or
that's,
no?
yeah, you can pass it in. And I think for for using in inheritance, it's most likely going to be detailed whether you need to call super or not. But in most cases, it's nice to just call in super just to make sure that everything from your parent class is initialized correctly. Not that it's, I doubt that it's going to be like framework specific. I think in general it's good practice to call super just to make sure that everything in your parent class is initialized correctly in the way that they would have wanted it to be initialized.
Right.
And I think a use case for something like this is maybe like if animal was used by the framework to track what actions are done by the animal, like some sort of logging, and maybe this constructor initializes that logging uh, thingy within itself. You can make sure that is done by just making sure that you're calling super. And if constructor anticipates getting some arguments, you're going to pass them in when required. That's essentially it. I've been repeating the same thing for like 2 minutes now, so let me drop off the call.
Okay. Awesome, man. Thanks so much.
Sure, sure, man. Stop streaming. Yeah, first time streaming on the browser. I don't trust this thing.
Okay. All right.
How do
Uh,
you close this? Yeah, just get out of the channel while I try to close Discord.
Oh, you want what? You want
I'm
me to kick you?
taking a.
You want?
They're giving me a survey.
Oh, right. Okay. All right. Cool, man. Thanks for hopping on. All right. Let's add it. That does make sense. Also, club spinach. If you're wondering why I'm learning so fast, it's because of these impromptu master classes we get, man. Like you have no idea how much time. Whoa, what happened? How much time that saves me just googling stuff, because we have like pros who are literally like he works as a developer in real world, right? And he's got, I don't know, I actually don't know how many years experience. 5 years, 10 years, 5 years probably minimum. So to get that distilled knowledge passed down, yeah, that helps a ton. Anyway, let's add that in here. Hey, look at that, Stu. I've got your code now. We got a screenshot of your code. Okay. Spin it just slid into server. Welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. 506, 5 or 6 years. Nice. So I was about right. I guessed it right. Well, I said 5 or 10, but I was in the ballpark. So constructor props, super props, render. Um, okay. Finish writing a render method that returns a div. I mean, this is just a. We did this already, man. Return. Oh no, we do it again. Div that contains that contains an h1 with the word hello React. Okay. I am the parent. All right. Create a component with composition. Now we'll look at how we can compose multiple React components together. Imagine you're building an app and you have created three components: navbar, dashboard, and the footer. To compose these components together, you could create an app parent. You could create an app parent component, which renders each of these three components as children. To render a component as a child in man, to render a component as a child in a React component, you include the component name written as a custom HTML tag. For example, the render method you could write return app nav dashboard footer app. Okay. App. When React encounters a custom HTML tag that references another component, a component name wrapped in a thing, it renders the markup for the component in the location of the tag. This should illustrate the parent-child relationship between the app component and the da-da-da. In the code editor, there is a simple component called child component. Child that returns a div with a p, and a class component called parent component. Class extends this constructor props over props. Yep, render div. Okay, compose the two together by rendering the child component within the parent component. So basically, I need to add I'm a child in here, right? Make sure to close the child component tag with a forward slash. Note, child component is defined with an ES6 arrow function because this is a very common practice when using React. However, know that this is just a function. If you aren't familiar with the arrow functions and syntax, please refer to the JavaScript section. Okay. Parent component extends. Are you saying I can just go? I have no idea if this is what it's saying. I have no idea. I'm just gonna test, see what it does. Oh, that is it. Oh yeah, because it's a const. It's not a. For some reason I thought this was a class because of the capital C. This is a variable. Well, it's a constant. Very cool. Okay. 20%. Let's go. Use React to render nested components. Oh wow. With type of fruit. Got fruits. Apples, blueberries, strawberries, bananas. Fruits. Right. The last challenge showed a simple way to compose two components, but there are many different ways to compose. There are many component composition. Man, this is like a tongue twister then. Than learning React. Component composition. Components compose. Just comps. Component composition is one of React's powerful features. When you work with React, it is important to start thinking about your user interface in terms of components. How many components are on this page? Bro, look at that. 22. Come on. You break down your UI into basic building blocks, and those pieces become the components. This helps you separate the code. We need a drinking game. Every time there's a component, I'll be drunk before this thing ends. You break down your UI. Okay. There are two functional components defined in the code editor called types of fruit and fruits. Take the type of fruit component and compose it or nest it within the fruits component. Then take the fruits component and nest it within types of food component. Component composition composed by cos. Yep. It's the quadruple C. Triple C coming in. Oh my god. How many cons? Oh, I can't do that here. There's only four cons though. But yeah, man, there's so many C's here. Okay. I think I know what it's trying to say. Basically, what I got to do is types of fruit. So fruit will now have all of that, and then I just call fruit in here, right? That's what I want me to do. Hey, look at that. That's actually really handy. It's gonna save so much time. Um, yeah, let's make a note of that. Use React to render. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom. All right, cool. That makes sense. 21%. Compose, there you go. There's more compose. Compose React components. As the challengers continue to use more complex compositions with React components in JX, there is one important point to note. Rendering ES6 style class components within other rendering ES6 style class components within other components is no different than rendering a simple components used the last few challenges. You can render JSX element stateless functional components and ES6 class components within other components. Man, I feel like FreeCodeCamp just trolling me right now. Just like components, bro. Oh, I'm not meant to do a spotlight search. Jesus, how many we got? We got 30 on this page. It's no different than a simple. Okay. In the code, the type of food is already rendering vegetables. Also, there's a fruits from the last challenge. Now, okay, next two inside fruits. First non-citrus and then citrus. Both of these are provided for you behind the scenes. Okay. Next. There's another one. Next. Man. Nest the fruits class into the types of food. Below the H1 head above, the result should be a series of nested, which use different. Okay, all right. Step one. Let's nested to. So these are provided behind the scenes. Nest the two components inside of fruits. All right. So we're gonna nest something in here. Okay, so I can just do that. Non-citrus. Okay. Next, nest the fruits class. Hey, look at that. Render a class component to the DOM. Now we can go get into some DOM stuff. You may remember using React DOM API in earlier challenge render. You may remember, I don't know, it was an hour ago. I don't remember anything. The process for rendering React components will look very similar. The past few challenges focused on components and composition, so the rendering was done for you behind the scenes. However, none of the React code you will write will render the DOM without making a call to the React DOM API. Here's a refresher of syntax. React DOM, the render, components render, target node. The first argument is a React component that you write. You want to render. The second is a DOM. React component passes the React DOM render a little differently than JSX. For JSX elements, you pass in the name of the element that you want to render. However, for React components, you need to use the same syntax as if you were rendering the net. Okay. Right. Okay. You can use the syntax. Cool. Both fruits and vegetables components are defined for you behind the scenes. Render both components as children of types of food. Children of types of food. Then render. Okay, that's okay. So this one's the easy bit, right? We just go fruits and vegetables with an S. And then we're going to render this to DOM. So rendering to DOM is React DOM dot render. What's going to be the target node? Okay, target node is just challenge mode. I think we need one of these. Challenge node. And then what we're going to pass in is going to be types of food. But it says I need to do this, right? Hmm. Challenge is not defined. Okay, we had the same issue earlier. Target node. Component to render. Fruits and vegetables. Is there a misspelling here? React DOM. Types of food. There is a div with the ID of challenge node. ID. Do I gotta shall I hashtag or something? Oh, I gotta go document the element by ID. You have to get the element. Okay, right. It might be better to separate these out, right? I don't know. Document get element by ID. Target equals. Okay, that might, yeah, that also works. Const. I also need to get in the habit of doing const. Mind the typo? Challenge node. I like it. We're gonna do a challenge. We're gonna build a dog with one limb. It's gonna be awesome. Challenge. I like that. Challenge. Yeah, it's quite funny, that word. Game by the challenge. Man, with all the stuff I'm doing today, challenge is actually the easier typo to pronounce. Target. How's that? Come on, bro. You're not working. Mind the typo. Document the get element by ID. Challenge is not defined. Do I need one? Oh, we need one of these. Oh, there you go. I was missing the ticks. Very cool. Very cool, very cool. Render a class component to the DOM. All right. So far, so good. Learning loads, learning lots. No, not takes quotes. Ah, crap. What did I do wrong? Oh, you mean I pronounced that wrong? It doesn't be quotes. You might confuse at some points. Sorry, referring to backticks. Okay. So those are quotes. All right. Man, I'm okay. Very cool. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go grab some coffee, man. This is early morning hype stuff. All right, I'll be right back. All right, back. What did I miss? Holy cow! Stop spamming emotes. What happened, man? What'd you do? This nightbot is too aggressive. It literally timed you out for 5 seconds. Oh man, I need to train my nightbot. It's not good. All right, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Alright, I'm gonna have my notes to the side there. Alright, what we got here? Discord can go. Alright. Render a class component to the DOM. Wait, did we not just do this? We just did this, right? Yeah, this one's done. %, let's go. Write a React component from scratch, excuse me. This is something about FreeCodeCamp, is it? It holds your hands, runs, gives you baby steps, and then kind of like you kind of just learn to crawl when you're like almost barely standing on your 2 feet, and then literally go boom, throws you off a cliff and be like, okay, land, okay, learn to land, which is it's an interesting approach. Write every React component from scratch. Like the whole time they're like, don't worry, we got this builder for you in the back end. Like it's already built up for you. Just call it. And now it's like, yeah, you got a blank canvas. Okay, let's see. Now that you learn the basics of JSX and React components, it's time to write a component on your own. React components are the core building blocks of React applications. So it's important from 1+1 to what's the diameter of the side, right? Yeah, exactly. Core building. It's important to become very familiar writing them. Remember, a typical React component ES6 class, which extends that, is an ES6 class. It has a render method that returns HTML from JSX or no. This is the basic form of React component. Once you understand this well, you'll be prepared. Alright, okay, define a class. Class my component extends React dot component. I don't know if I'm right. Now I forget. Do you do one of these? I'm looking at a note and basically trying to see how it was done. So yeah, extends and then yeah, okay. Okay. Its render method should return a div that contains. Okay, here's where we're confused. Do we need to do the constructor and super thing that you showed me earlier? Constructor and super, probably. Let's just try. I think we do. Constructor props. And then within that we've got super props. Right, and then we're gonna render. We're gonna. His render method should return. Render method should return a div. I'm looking at the notes here on the side too. Yep, constructor and super all the time. All right. I like how you say with like affirmative, yes, all the time, and then I think at the end. That's pretty funny. Okay. Return and maybe return. What we return? Return a div. A div that has an h1 tag with the text my first React component with an exclamation mark. Make sure to call the constructor for your component too. What the hell does that mean? Make sure you call the constructor for your component too. Oh, no idea what that means. Render this component to the DOM using there is a div call. Okay, so we'll call it target again. That target or const target equals document dot get element get element by ID, and the ID is going to be challenge node. And then to render, we go react.dom. I feel like there should be something before that. React dom.render, and this takes in two things. Our target being why we wanna do it, and then here's gonna be one of these, and it's gonna be my component. Okay, we're missing something. What are we missing? Run test. My component should render to DOM. Okay, it is not rendering to DOM. Why is it not? Let's look at the examples from earlier. What do we do? I think. Why? Question mark. Why the thing? Cause they told me I need to. Right? So in the other example we had, because to render a class component, okay, React makes no sense to me. Apparently that's how you do a class component. But if it's where is it? Yeah, I don't know why it's not working there. Oh, because the DOM isn't small; it needs to be capital. Is that it? Yes, that's what I was missing. Yeah, apparently we need to add these things. All right, cool. First one done. I have a typo, right? Yeah. I think there's a bit of a delay in the stream. I caught that finally. 28%, man. 30%. We're 90 minutes in. What date is it? The current date is Commons current date props return a div. The current date is calendar extends React component. How is this thing working? You want me to go back? Did I write my component? Oh man, the answer's gone now. Oh, it's gone. All right, let's do this again. Let's do this again. So we're creating a class. My component. Is that what I did? It's meant to be capital here. Okay. All right. Let's see. My component that extends React dot component. Right, and it just quickly lines, and then we need. I'm not gonna look at the notes, see if I can remember it. So class component contain. We need a constructor that takes in, I don't know, ABC. Oh, I guess it has to be props. Super props. And then I think that's it. And then it has a render method, which then does a return. It returns a div. Okay, why is it doing that? Okay, I just broke something. I don't know what I broke, but okay, we'll see. It's giving me red line. Unexpected token at 8. Return. Oh, do I need one of these instead? Yeah, okay. Return a div h1 that says my first React component. Exclamation. Right, and then as did target equals get element by don't continue writing before fixing or at least finding the issue. Okay, yep, makes sense. Targets get element by ID. It's gonna be challenge node, and then here we do React DOM render. Okay, here's where you said the thing happened, right? So you said I did small letters and it still work. Let's see. Oh, reach. Oh man, so many typos. No. Oh, React. Okay. So what was the issue earlier then? You said I did this, my component? Yeah, it doesn't work. Const target, right. Oh yeah, you're right. Look at that. Capital my component, small letter my component works. That's weird. I didn't even notice that, dude. Yeah, it works with. What if I just type in some gibberish? What does that do? Okay, that doesn't work. Wait, what? Look at that. ASDF, all this crap works? I don't know, man. Why is it working? That shouldn't be working. I think the test has an issue, not the actual code. Great catch though. I didn't even catch that. Also, I think there's a massive delay between the stream. Let me see how far behind the stream is. Do you even lead 917?
Maybe he self-res and just fucking noped out of the world.
I'm trying to see how far behind I am in the stream. Yo. It's about 10 seconds behind. Oh man, that's bad. And I'm on my Wi-Fi at my work. It's another fact today. It's literally a 10-second delay. I don't know why. Do you even lead 917? Test it out. Okay. Let's do it. Do you know? Yeah, it says my mic component should render to the DOM. So we do need it to pass the test. But obviously, you can pass in whatever crap and it'll still pass. I think the test is broken. I think the test only looks for this thing and it looks for that. So it's a 10 seconds delay and I'll view a latency too. Well, I think the 10 seconds is the view latency maybe, unless that means something else. So when I listen to myself on the Twitch live thing here, there's about a 10-second. So when I listen to myself on the Twitch live thing here, there's about a 10-second. Okay. Okay. 8. See? 8. 8 to 10. Weird. If there's a way to report this issue, we should. Alright. How do we report it? Get help. Report a bug. Could you send you a link? Yes, I can. How to bug to FreeCodeCamp? Clearing. Search for issue on GitHub. I don't think they've got that particular problem here. Right. Okay, I want to move on, man. 28%. Let's go. Yeah, these was they trust themselves. Okay, what we do now? The previous challenge covered a lot about creating and composing JS6 elements, functional components, and ES6 style class components in React. With this foundation, it's time to look at another feature very common in React: props. In React, you can pass props or properties to child components. Say you have an app component which renders a child component called welcome, okay, which is a stateless functional component. You can pass welcome a user property by writing welcome user equals mark. Use custom HTML attribute created by you and supported by React to pass the create a property user. It's passed to the component welcome. Since welcome is a stateless functional component, it has access to values like so. Const welcome equals as a function that takes props and returns hello props.user. It is a standard to the core value props when dealing with the stateless function components. You basically consider it as an argument to your function which returns JSX. You can access the value of the argument in the function body with class components. You'll see this is a little different. There are calendar and current date components in the code editor. When rendering current date from the calendar component, pass in a property of date. What the heck, man? What is talking about? So you got current date as some props. No, current date is okay. When rendering the current date, so you want to add something here. Pass in a property of date assigned to the current date from the JavaScript's date object. To access the prop in the current component, showing its value in date equals. Okay. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing right now, but let's see. Oh, look at that. Current date is Tuesday, December 8th, GMT. Very cool. That's all we're doing. Should have a prop called date. Okay. Oh, date. That's what I do. Why does it not like me putting date? Oh, because it. I don't know much about prop, but this looks wrong. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing, man. Okay, so today has got property props. Let's see, right? App welcome user equals. Oh, you see how it's within the tag. I think I go date here, and then I put the thing in here somewhere. Date equals. Okay, no, that's dumb. Welcome props. Hello, props are user. Alright, let's reset the co-star again. There are calendar and current date. When rendering current date from the calendar component, pass in a property of date. I think it's props.date. Props.date. You mean current date is. Okay, let's think this through. There are calendar and current date components in the code editor. When rendering the current date, right, from the calendar component, pass in a property of date. Pass in a property of date, and then access this property in the current date component. Oh, I see what you mean. Current date equals. So you're kind of doing it in reverse order, which is kind of weird. Date equals date. I think. Yeah, but use it the right way. Check the left. There you go. Man, this thing is confusing. I think that's it. Yeah, props are date. Yeah, okay. They kind of mess with me, man, because the thing is in the reverse order. You got to do this because the date doesn't exist until you do this, right? And then you call it in here. I don't know why they got in. They just have it in the wrong order to confuse people, man. Okay, that makes sense now. So it's weird that you put it directly in the tag too. Props at date. Date equals date. So if I did name equals, I don't know, Evian. Oh, Nam. Gotcha. Okay, very cool. That's what that does. All right, cool. Cool. 30%. Let's go. Hey, now we have an array. We're dealing with arrays now. Let's go. Pass an array as props. The last challenge demonstrates how to pass information from a parent component to a child component as prop. This challenge looks at how arrays can be passed as properties. To pass an array JSX, it must be treated as JavaScript wrapped in curly braces. So, parent component colors, you have an object with an array. Yeah, let's play the music again. Dun, 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 dun. The child component then has access to array property colors. Array methods such as join can be used with an accessing property. Const child component equals props. P props colors of join. The visible join on the colors from the comma separate string. Okay. There are list and to do. When rendering each list from to do component, pass in a tasks property assigned to an array of to do tasks. For example, walk the dog, work out. Then access this task array in the list component, showing its value within the P element. Use join to display the props task array in the P element. Today's list should have at least 2 tasks, and tomorrow should have at least 3 tasks. Okay. I think they're messing with me again. It's in the wrong order. I don't know why it's... Can I just move this down? Alright, we're going to deal with... So, to do... It's a class to do. Extends that as a constructor. Super... Alright. When rendering each list here, pass in tasks. Something like this. Tasks equals something something. I don't think the order matters that much. Right, now you're right. It doesn't matter. It just helps me think through it because it's like, I don't know. I was get confused. The to do component should return. In the latter order made sense. You mean how this was originally made sense? Like this one? Alright. Yeah, list is used inside to do, so it makes sense. Let's create it first. Right. Okay, let's say tasks. But would I pass in the thing here? I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's go. A lesson. When rendering each list from the 2D component, pass in a tasks property. Sorry, pass in a tasks property. Okay, I think that is right. So pass in a tasks property equals. Alright, whatever. Should I run the test? See if that passes anything. Okay. Then access this task array in the list component. Showing its value within the p element. Use join to display props array in the p element. What did I break? I broke something. Use join. Props as tasks. Use join to display the props as task array in the p. The last sentence parent child properties. Okay, let's go back. How do we do that? So the way I did it was I said date equals uh, date equals date, something like this, right? And then once I did that, and then I call that in here because then I know what date is. Wait, what? From the date property in the p tag. Isn't that what we did earlier? Why is that breaking now? Why is it not working now? Discord. Um. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this array thing is confusing me. Date equals the, and then as a date here, right? That's what we did earlier.
What?
Hey,
Oh yeah,
hey.
yeah, yeah. Cool. Let me share my screen real quick. Uh, if there's one thing that I recognize is props, because we also have props with Vue.js.
Okay.
And I just wanted to take you over the similarities that I see with props and how they come to play. Wait a minute, what just happened?
What happened?
I had a beeping sound. What?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
Anyway, it's props and how they come to play with JSX, because we also took JSX in Vue.js.
Okay.
There's like heavy winds outside and both of my windows are open, so hope it doesn't interfere with the audio. Can you see my screen?
I can, yeah.
Cool. Can you, for a brief moment, minimize your browser or go back to FreeCodeCamp? I just want to take a peek from like the component you're creating and then come back to mine.
Okay. So we're doing this.
Oh, shoosh, there's like a great delay between the call
Should I change this
and the
thing?
yeah. Let's just wait 10 seconds up until I see your FreeCodeCamp, because I just realized how, oh yeah, I think the link is gonna help.
Okay.
Uh, by the way, like you can read comments way faster than yeah, I'll just copy this thing directly. Copy and then paste it here,
Okay.
and then because now it's here, it's a valid component. I can just use it. Yeah. No, why are you complaining?
Code
You're
sound.
complaining. But it's here. Why is it complaining?
I don't know, man.
To do is not. I just defined it. Should I save? It makes no sense. What the hell's going on? I might have to wait a minute. It's defined to do, and then I'm oh shit. I pulled a pratik.
That's hilarious. Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Spelling
okay,
mistakes,
cool,
typos.
cool, cool. Now they want you to use the prop within your what do you call this thing? Okay, what I noticed with props is what prop do they want? It's colors, huh?
Well, no. This is an array of to dos. Do you want to?
Oh, array of
Oh,
to dos.
yeah.
Oh shit, I'm reading something else here. So they want to dos. What do you name the prop? Tasks. Oh yeah,
Tasks.
yeah. That's a fun word to try and pronounce. Tasks. Anyway, if top
Tasks.
as is tasks will be received as a string in a list thingy. So props, yeah, it recognizes it. If I save, this is supposed to print out some way. Oh yeah, I didn't put in anything. and then I put in something. So far,
Mm-hmm.
it interprets as a string. You use a prop like this, like name of property, equal sign, and quotes. You're gonna be receiving a string inside your component.
Right.
But if you want to pass in objects, any other type of object, even strings, you can still pass in strings by using sorry, by using what are these things called? The braces. If you use braces like this, then
Okay.
you can use inside braces when defining a prop. It's a prop name equal sign and then braces. Everything inside braces is valid JavaScript. Same as here. This is inside here. This is a valid JavaScript comment. I think you can even do another type of comment. Does this work? Yeah, it doesn't. Or it doesn't because this comment has no close thingy. This one is a self-closing comment, so it works. Okay. But essentially, theory is the same.
Okay.
Uh, you pass in any funky stuff you can pass in here, which in this case, they want you to pass in an array of tasks.
So dumb thing. Mm-hmm.
And don't laugh at me, man. You do this all the time.
That's why it's funny.
So now this, because JavaScript doesn't complain much when printing any other objects within the DOM, although it's pretty much wrong the way I'm doing it. You can even do like loops and whatnot. I think you can even do like a for each from here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it's valid JavaScript for each item. Still complaining. What am I missing? Yeah, I need to learn React. I'm assuming so many things. Okay, let's give them what they want then. Why? You know what? I quit. I'm just gonna watch your stream and not try to. Wait a minute.
Why'd you quit, man? So quick.
I'm
Let's
quitting
figure this
React.
out. Let's figure this out. Maybe
I'm
maybe
quitting React.
maybe we put the join afterwards, outside of yeah curly braces. Or does that not make sense?
Everything is supposed to be correct. I'm supposed to be able to use tasks as is. Why is it
Maybe
complaining?
maybe it needs to prop task needs to be within a bracket, and then you join that instead of maybe type of.
It's an object, not array. They're not gonna tell me array, maybe.
Hmm.
Let's see if I do this. Oh, that's why join wasn't working. Wait a minute. Join's supposed to work if it's an array. Because join is a valid array thingy. This is interesting. Why is it breaking here and free code camp is like chilling? Or maybe I should do a free code camp one first before jumping into Discord. What's going on? I hate React. I've decided I hate React.
Okay.
Let me go through the notes. The to-do component should return a single outside. No, not that. We're still complaining about JavaScript here. Props, colors, join. They're doing it. Why am I the one with issues here?
um.
This is interesting. What happens if I remove this? Okay. Another way to try and figure out what type of objects we've received is
Props
to look
is
at
not.
the keys. And the keys converts undefined or null. I think what's giving me issues is the type of component that I'm working with, because object keys is supposed to be like a global thingy, global JavaScript function to get keys of an object,
Okay.
but it's complaining either way. I'm gonna try and do everything right. First of all, formatting. I'm gonna format like you.
Okay.
Everything in a new line and weird indentation.
Weird
Cool.
indentation.
We got that. What's next? I have an
Joiner.
array. Is this an array? It looks like an array. It sure looks like one. Now, oh, I want to join. Let's do a join
But like,
as it complains.
if it's an array, shouldn't it be just printing an array and not? Well,
Thing is, what's funny is you do that. What happens if I do const r? This is an array, and then okay, let me print it some other way, like oh shoot, it's working. Do you see this? But then
um,
it's doing it for me. It's adding the comma for me.
string plus arr. This isn't.
Even JavaScript is letting me down right now. Nothing is working.
So that should pass the test. You
You
think?
know what? No, it shouldn't, because the join has a comma and then a space character. So naturally it won't pass because the comma is added without any space character after. So the join will fail. And what if you want to add like different joins instead of a comma, like a dash? So it fails
Right.
in that respect. What I'm confused with here is I can't do any JavaScript stuff within these guys,
Okay.
which is
But
weird.
I've been playing with it. I passed
Oh,
the test. I figured out how to pass the test. I just did what you did, and it's
but
passing.
but that's not supposed to be enough. In fact, maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'll keep these tabs open in the meantime. Yeah, you can continue. Maybe there's gonna be like a hint to what I'm doing wrong.
But I'm doing exactly what you
So
did.
okay,
If you
there's something I'm missing. The fact that I can't do these, I can't use these other JavaScript methods is not sitting well with me.
all right. But
Yeah,
like, I just
but
took what you did. I literally took what you did, copy pasted it, and it passed the test.
did you use the join?
Yes. So if you take a peek on my screen,
Okay, let me. Was
don't
holy
know.
shit? Oh yeah. So I think it's this guy that has problems. The code sandbox thing here that I'm using.
Okay.
So if I was using like an actual project, maybe it would have worked. I don't know. Yeah, I'm blaming this guy. Maybe there's some things that it's missing. I'll check it out some other time.
All
This
right.
this now has to help me to create a React projects locally to try out these things, because I can't trust these code sandbox things. Anyway,
Yep.
it's good that it's working. Yeah. So I was correct. Just that this thing let me down. In that case, yeah,
Yep.
anything inside brace is pure JavaScript. Can you do to make it break? I want to confirm if that was going to be the case.
Yeah.
Your props.task.join, remove the join method and do objects.keys and then put in props.tasks.
Okay. Okay.
Line 3, yeah. Line 3. Remove the join method and then surround the props.task with the objects.keys. It's
Okay.
supposed to give you a 0, 1, 2, and up to the last index of your element.
Um,
While
I don't know what that's doing. Also, Emiliano, thanks, man. Thanks for follow. I'll catch you all later. Studios, you left? Oh, you left? Are you still here? Or you just stopped your screen sharing?
Nah, I stopped streaming.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I'm looking for the 10-second delay.
It's not doing
What
anything.
happened to your? It must be your connection also, because it's usually 4 seconds, not 10 to 8.
My connection's pretty good. I don't know.
Then
Uh,
it must be my thing then. I'm assuming.
I consent. Let's see what speed test. Go.
Your console, something's going wrong. So object keys, props, tasks. Yeah, I'm assuming that part was a stretch. Then if they're still not allowing you
Oh,
to input.
I think I typed in objects. It should just be object. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. Oh
Uh,
one. There you go. 01012.
oh well, yeah, I've confirmed it. It's what I was using. Thanks, man. Yeah, at least now I'm a little bit content with what I was doing. I was
Okay.
really concerned about writing wrong code
Okay.
and thinking I understand something which it was making sense in my head, but the browser wasn't allowing me to do anything, which was super weird.
Right on.
Anyway,
Kind of makes sense to me.
yeah,
Okay.
that was the error. Yep,
Cool.
01012. Perfect, perfect. Anyway, let me leave this chat. Still watching along. I'm
All right.
looking for work. Oh yeah,
You need to work too, right? Man? You don't you have stuff to build for work?
I am working. I am working. I'm doing like serious stuff, man. I'm telling
All right, man. Sounds good. Oh, okay. Emiliano, I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, thanks for coming by. I will catch y'all later. Don't knock the weird. I didn't even know I was doing a weird indentation. I was just doing what Stu taught me, man. Learning from the best. Peace out. Are you leaving too, Marble? Oh, there you go. This is the default props you were telling about earlier. React also has an option to set default props. You can assign default component as a property on the component itself. And React assign the default if necessary. This allows you to specify a prop if no value is explicitly provided. For example, if you declare my component dot default props equals location, you have defined a location prop that's set to a string unless you specify I'm gonna be here for at least 5-6 hours. Nice. 5-6 hours, man. Where are you at? What part of the world? You have defined a location prop that's set to a string. Unless you specify otherwise, React assigns default props are defined. Okay. The code editor shows a shopping cart component. Define default props on this component, which specifies items with a value of 0. Um. Oh, you do it outside. Australia? Okay, nice. What time is it in Australia? You're like way east of me. It's weird to think Australia's east. 7:47. Interesting. 7 p.m. So normally you come online when I'm streaming at like midnight, 8 hours before this. So when do you sleep? So what time is it normally when you come on the stream? Because you're here when I do midnight streams. So basically like 8 hours before. So in the morning, it'll be a morning for you, right? So it's still yesterday in Australia. Yeah. So it's still. Hang on. No, it's not. No, they're GMT and then no. It's about to be the ninth in Australia. In a couple hours, it's gonna be the ninth. So we're behind. It will be tomorrow in a few hours. Yeah. I mean, it's still the 8th right now, but it will be tomorrow soon. That's why, like, when you play video games and stuff, I know Call of Duty releases in Australia way before everywhere else because you're already the ninth. Like, yeah. Oh no, I'm thinking wrong. So normally when I stream at midnight, it's midday for you, huh? That's why you're online all the time. That's why. Okay, fair enough. Shopping cart dot default props equals items. Yeah, something like that. The board is weird. I'm actually with. Is Australia like? Do you consider yourself as Eastern? Like Eastern, as in the East, right? You're not the West, or East of the West? Because I think of English-speaking countries as West, but I'm in the UK, so Australia's way further east than me, like east. America is this way west, and you guys are east. But then when I think of East, I generally think of Asian countries. But I guess Australia is kind of near there. It's weird. Is this it? Yes. All right. We're Asia Pacific geographically, but because we originally were Western culture, right? Yeah, makes sense. Asia Pacific. Australia. Yeah, I have a few friends in Australia. Moved from Nepal. I hear about giant spiders and stuff in Australia, man. That would freak me the hell out. I do not like spiders, and you guys have one of the biggest ones, just rolling around because it's so hot. All right, what are we doing here? The ability to set default props is a useful feature in React. You can override default. The way to override default is explicitly set it. The shopping cart component now renders a child component items. Renders items, right? This items component has a default prop quantity. Integer 0. Override the default prop by passing in a value of 10 for quantity. How do you do that? No. Remember that the syntax to add a prop to a component looks similar to how you add HTML attributes. However, since the value for quantity is an integer, it won't go in quotes. curly braces, for example, 100. The syntax of JSX. Okay, props dot quantity, and then I go quantity equals 10. Depends on what region you're in. Same as you won't see coyotes or bears all over the US. You won't see spiders near the Nazis all over Australia. How interesting. I need to travel to Australia at some point. Hey, I actually don't know about coyotes or bears because I'm in the UK, so I've never seen those. All right. Use prototypes to define the props you expect. React provides useful type checking features to verify that components receive props of the correct type. Type checking features. For example, your application makes an API call to retrieve data that you expect to be an array when passed into a component as a prop. You can set prop types on your component to require data to be an array. This will throw a useful warning when the data type is of any other type. Okay. It's considered best practice to set prop types when you know the type of the prop ahead of the time. You can define a prop type property for a component the same way you define a default props. Doing this will check the props of a given key are present with a given type. Here's an example. Function handle click. My component dot prop types equals handle click. Prop types dot func is required. In the example of a prop types dot func part checks. I mean, Australia in terms of size is actually the same size as North America, just because of how maps are drawn. Yeah, I've heard about that. Like how because of the something the map isn't apparently Africa's huge, but it just doesn't show it because the way maps are drawn. The UK has ducks that block traffic. Yeah, ducks, and then you get random foxes just hanging about your back garden. Yeah, the foxes come out at night. Those small brown foxes. Okay. Adding is required, says React. So that checks that handle click is a function. Prop types func is required. So function is required property type. I also noticed that func represents function among 7 JavaScript primitives types. Function and Boolean, written as a bool, are the only two use unusual spelling in addition to primitive types. Da-da-da. Please refer to this documentation. Okay, as of React 15 are imported independently from React like this. Import prop types from prop-types. Define prop types for the items component to require quantity as a prop and verify that it is a number. So shopping items. Yeah, items dot prop types equals So it'd be like quantity. For example, back and hey, look at that spelling mistake, man. Quantity. Why is it Okay, quantity. Quantity prop types with a small p. Prop types dot is okay. How do you check if it's a number? I think number is just number, huh? More than 7. Data types. There you go. Number, begin, string, boolean. Yeah, number, just number. And it said everything other than a func and boolean is spelled the same, so it should just be that. Prop types is not defined. What do you mean? Oh, capital P. It was capital P. Nice, 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 nice. Prop types to define the props you expect. And shows quantity is a number. All right. Actually, what happens if I pass in, I don't know, text? Yeah, what? 80 is not a thing. Why is it passing the test? Oh, because it reverts to default? I got no idea what that passes the test. Okay. Access props using this.props. The last several challenges covered the basic ways to access props to child components. But what if the child component that you're passing a prop to is an ES6 class component rather than a status function component? The ES6 class component. Use this, so you write this dot props dot data. The hell is that noise? 2 seconds. Man, it's actually raining. Look at that. I don't think you guys have ever seen my it's so bright. I never stream at this time in the morning. I always stream late night. Oh, that adds so much glare to my thing, man. Yeah, let me turn it back down. The test passes because JavaScript allows you to change an integer to any other type, like string in your case. Oh, right, okay. Alright, yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. I'm not gonna go back for now, though. Yeah, JavaScript is weird, huh? It'll just take anything and give you some random stuff. So last several challenges covered basic ways to pass props to child or this. Render an instance of the return temp password component in the parent component return here. Give return temp password a prop of temp password and assign it to a value of a string that is at least 8 characters long. Within the child, return temp password and access the temp password prop within the strong tags. Variables aren't bound to a type. Right. Variables aren't bound to a type. Okay, so you have a class return temp password that returns your temp password is. Then we're going to add something in there. And then reset password extern props. You'll understand it when you get to it. Okay. I'm trying to think what that means, but okay. Alright. So what are we doing here? We got two different classes now. So I think I need to return. So I think the return temp password goes in there. Your temporary password is right. Um, temp password equals a string with at least 8 characters. So I don't know. What's the secure password? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, and then in here, do I do this dot temp temp password. Props dot quantity. Assign it to value string within the child. Return temp password. Access the temp password prop within the strong tags. Within the strong tags. Oh, within the strong tags. Still doesn't make sense though. Why do I not need? I don't know who that is making that noise, man. Return temp password. Temp password equals. Oh, because it's not within curly braces. Oh, this dot props. Ah, look at that. Okay, that works. So why is it working? Let's see. Anytime you refer to a class component within itself, right? A class component within itself, you can do this. So this class property prop stem. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This stop props whatever property. Right. Okay. And the reason is because before we were using const, right? And that we didn't need that, but this is a class. Okay. Discord. Right. And that we didn't need that, but this is a class. Whoa, such a lag.
Yeah, there's a great delay. I was still
Mm.
waiting for you on the stream to join the chat, but you've already joined.
Wow. I just heard myself in your stream. I was, dude, that was 20 seconds ago. This, it's like,
So
dude,
yeah, I want to.
I've traveled back from Australia, man. I went to Marble, met Australia. I mean, I went to Australia, met Marble, came back, and the stream still hasn't caught up. Okay.
Like you yeah, you've just joined now.
Oh wow.
Anyway, this is where everything comes back full circle. Remember all the crap around constructors and inheritance and super and extends.
Right.
This is where it comes to play. There's nowhere where we're setting props to our class, but we can use this dot props. and that is where the super comes into play. The super is the one that's responsible for setting props as a property that can be accessed within our class. So somewhere inside React.component is something setting our props passed from our constructor to some property within the class. And then when we extend that React.component, we can use this dots props anywhere within our class, regardless of whether we set the thing ourselves or not.
Right.
And that's because it's all handled by the super, which is the parent constructor.
Okay. Okay. It's a bit confusing, but yes, okay. I kind of, I kind of get it. It's doing some magical
let
stuff.
me
Yeah.
let me share my screen. I'm gonna share VS Code
All right.
real quick. Why did I remove my animal? Let me bring back my animal. Ah, it doesn't remember my animal. But I have class foo. I always make examples with these weird names. Class bar extends. Come on, you extends. No, did this the last time also. And then constructor super. Yeah, just calling super here, and this is gonna be fun. So this guy also has a constructor, and within his constructor, he creates a new property called I don't know, bars, and sets it to 5. This is something bar doesn't know about.
Okay.
So he just trusts that everything that the parent class needs is going to be set up by calling super. So that's just a reminder to the parent class, hey, if you wanna initialize anything, go ahead. This is the time. And then somewhere along the line, this guy apparently has a, a method, and then oh, look at that, we have baz now to access within do something thingy. What is this? It's a method, yeah. So that's essentially it. That's also another beauty with the inheritance or extending classes. Within our class bar, we never said anything about Baz, if that's what you
Mm-hmm.
want to call it. But we have access to it now all of a sudden. And that's because our parent class just has that for us already.
Right.
And
Okay.
I believe we could post this to some terminal, but I don't have a terminal in this thing. I don't know if, yeah, I don't know if this makes sense. In a case of React, it's props, which should be passed in from, yeah, that's how you do it. And this is the case of React. And then they say, oh, and then you must pass in the
Um.
props to super.
Gotcha.
And
So.
then you, along the line, you have a render function. And then you can do something like this dot props, and you can access whatever property that's inside your props. And that now, what properties that exist here are the ones that you pass in when using your component. But is essentially it. That's how we got full circle with inheritance and being able to use uh, characteristics from our parent classes within the ones that are extending them.
Right. So it's doing that
And
desktop props equals props in the background somewhere.
yeah, some React functionality is doing that for us. Is initializing these things, making sure that we have access to them. We probably have access to more things, but for now we've only been introduced to props.
Right.
And I bet this is one way, because there are two types of components that I've seen so far as I'm watching along. It's class components and functional components. And I believe for functional components, because you don't have a this dot prop or something like that, uh, you have you just have your whatever arguments that were passed in here. You have access to them along the scope of your component, so you can. That's why there's no this here. I don't know if there was a render function or just a return. I don't remember what's going on. But here you can still use props as however from whatever is being passed here. I think that's the difference between these types of components. This one, functional component being an arrow function, props is passed in as an argument, and with class components, props is a property within your class
Hmm.
inherited from the parent class, which is Reacts.component.
Right. And then you'd have to use the
That's
this.
Yeah, you have to use this to access properties that are bound to the class.
Gotcha. Cool. What's the difference?
Yeah, yeah.
Why would I use one? Oh, because you can do instances and create new.
Yeah, yeah. And something to do with stateless components and stateful components, components that have their own states and components that are stateless. Essentially, components that are dependent on props
Right.
to what they render, then those are most likely functional components. I'm sure you can do something to add state to this. I don't know. And stateful ones are these ones which have a render function that contains what would have been contained here, but and extra garbage to put in because you can like create like properties in here that are going to be like long lived. It's all the yada yada that comes with classes essentially.
Okay. And dumb question: what's a state? What's a state? What do you, what does it mean when you say stateless and stateful?
State is I don't know, but I can I can explain it as let's say this. Oh yeah, this. How can I explain something that I don't have like terms for it? So I'm just gonna let's take into consideration these guys, foo, bar, and their methods. A state is how the object is at that point in time, or the component is at that point in time. How its characteristics are set up. Like for instance, the current states of the foo class is bars is equal to 5. That's the state of this. And the states can change anytime by maybe this becoming 6
Ah, okay.
or 7. Now, the stateless component essentially is around. This is not exactly the definition. So hopefully your free code camp will cover this. This is just a blanket statement that goes over it. But I assume a functional component is stateless in the sense that it doesn't have to worry about uh, what props should be, or should I have like internal variables, like I should care about some name or something. I'm just going to use whatever is given to me by props. And if those props change, if anything inside those props change, then I'm going to re-render. But then you're going to have class components which will render when they like, and with whatever states they like, and they handle all the changes to the states. They can essentially, you have dumb components and you have smart components. Stateless components are dumb components. They don't care what properties they receive. They just do whatever they're given. Stateful components are smart components. Components that can do stuff.
Okay.
this, is, this is a horrible explanation. But yeah,
Okay.
if it gives you an idea, I think that's going to be enough for where we are currently with the code.
All right.
I legit have been seeing these terms fly around, and I'm trying to correlate them with any other things that I've seen also, like from Vue.js. And I'm trying to make sure that I don't use that knowledge for learning React, because like how you saw like 15 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago when we were doing that thing, and it started fading in the browser, and I didn't know what
Right.
to do. And that was because I was using knowledge from somewhere else. Even though it was correct, it was a risky assumption. So that's what I'm trying to do here also. Try as much as possible
Yeah.
to just be general about it, not be platform specific. So that's essentially it with states. Some have states, some do not. States are internal properties. Yeah, that's way better than what I was saying previously. States
It's
are internal properties,
okay.
properties that are owned by the component. Stateless ones are essentially components that don't have any internal properties but receive properties from either the constructor or passed in as like the argument of whatever thing you're working with. And yeah, React has a way to differentiate the two, and I still do not know why that's the case. I thought it was like a preference thing, but it
Okay.
might not be.
All right. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's like, okay. So it's like having default things versus things you pass in via variables. Okay. I think I get it. All right.
Yeah, don't use defaults because it's gonna clash with the definition of props in the sense that props can have default values. So rather say internal properties.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, and then defaults prop defining props. I have no idea how props work. I looked away for a moment and I saw you doing something. I figured, nah, I'm just gonna catch on along the way because I had no idea what was going on.
okay. All right. I've got a rough model, mental model now and that. So okay. Cool. Very
Yeah,
cool. What's marbles? Hey, it
you have
was
two types of components: functional, class, and then there you go. There's a definition in the chat.
yeah,
Uh,
marble. State is how something is represented via a data structure inside the code. For example, you could represent a
and
DOM
yeah,
web
let me
page.
leave.
Okay. All right, man. Catch you in a bit. State is how something is represented via a data structure. For example, you could represent the DOM of a web page as an array or an object. Interesting. Hey, what's going on, Bo? Welcome, welcome. Are you at work? You're at work, right? I know you're at work. We got two people not working, hanging out on the stream. Like, not that I don't mind it. I just don't want the employers suing me, man. They'll be like, "What are you guys doing?" Like, we're learning React. Stated is how something is represented via a data structure inside the code. I mean, those are words. I see words, but those words are just words. Data structure inside the code. For example, you could represent the DOM of a web page as an array. So, are you saying the state of the DOM is an array? Well, the state of the DOM of a website is an array. So it could be, the state could be an array or an object, right? Yeah, I think that's what he's saying. Which bits are you having problems with? Not right now. Right now, no problems in terms of this. Just trying to understand what state meant, but maybe it would teach me later on. We are 40%. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Review could be anything, right? Review using props with state. There you go. Stateless. State is back. Stateless functional components, except for the last challenge, you've been passing props. Two stateless functional components. These components act like pure functions. They accept props as input. They accept props as input and return the same view every time they pass the same props. Hey, look at that. Look at that. You may be wondering what state is. Yes, FreeCodeCamp, I am. I've been wondering that for the last 10 minutes. Um, there you go. You may be wondering what state is. The next challenge will cover it in more detail. But before that, here's a review of the terminology components. Man, they're coming in to save the day. A stateless functional component is any function you write which accepts a props and returns a JSX. A stateless component, on the other hand, is a class that extends React component but it does not use internal state. Again, covered in the next challenge. Finally, a stateful component is a class component that maintain its own internal state. You may see stateful components referred to simply as components or React component. All of that's way over my head. Could be anything, but I was also wondering. Okay. Oh man, this chat delay is kind of annoying. State or stateless? Stateless. Stateless? Stateless. Mm-hmm. All right, very cool. Common pattern to try and minimize statefulness and to create a stateless functional components wherever possible. This helps contain your state management to a specific area of your application. In turn, improves development maintenance of your app by making it easier to follow how changes to state affects its behavior. State isn't necessarily bound to a specific data type, just that in the example I gave of the DOM, data structure would be an easiest way to represent it. Okay. So we've got a campsite class or campsite component that renders a camper component as a child, right? Define the camper component and assign it a default props. Define a camper component. So let's do another one. Class camper. React component NENT. Constructor of props. Super props. Also, just something. You see how my Mac isn't lagging anymore? It was that software update. So I got hold of the beta thing. I don't know if I can see. I opted into the beta. I'm now in the beta program, which is the next update that should be coming out. I should fix it. If you're running the issue, like right now, it's smooth as hell. Like for a week after the update, it was lagging so much, man. Okay, constructor props, super props. Render method. Return. What am I doing? Define the camper component and assign a default props off. I really should be taking notes. I don't think I took notes on the default props. Oh, there you go. Shopping. Does it want me to make a const like this instead of? Camper default props. Name. Camper bot. Inside the camper component, render any code that you want, but make sure to have one p element that includes only the name. Props.name. There he goes, delete stuff. Oh man. Typically, objects are used to represent state as they're the easiest to reference with the keys. Typically, objects are used to represent state. Okay, that's essentially what Redux is, the join option. Oh, okay, interesting. Redux is coming up next after this. Yo, what's up, Abs? How's React going? React is going good, man. We're, I think, 40% through. It's not complete yet. I only started at 6 a.m. our time. So it's been 3 hours. Okay, what the heck am I doing wrong? Yeah, I need to pass in something here, right? Name equals name equals props a name, probably this. I mean, this isn't a class, right? So I don't need to do this thing on this one. Line 18 is the issue. Okay. How did I do it before? So I had this. Okay, so your types of food extends, da da da, returns. It returns fruits. In this case, it returns camper, right? And fruits to the const takes some props. Type of fruit. Yeah, this props thing is was you were missing the thing, but you sorted it out. Remember that he's 10-20 second delay. Right. Okay. Oh, and then I removed it again because that didn't work. So are we saying this is good? Oh, okay, okay. Almost good. Man. There you go. This 20-second delay is killing me, man, because I'm still thinking I'm doing something wrong. The camper component should include prop types which require the name prop to be a type of string. Oh, we can do that. We can do that. How do we do that? I think we do it. Oh, crap. How did we do that? Let's see. Require here, right? Okay, so that's gonna go somewhere here. Camper, the prop types, quantity, quantity. That's a name. I know the color is wrong, so I am not pasting in the right place. Should be before the return. How's that? Hey, here we go. 43%. Okay, I mean it works, but why does it work? Let's try and think through this. We can do that. How can we do? Hmm. Yeah. Basically, it's like, hey, I remember doing that, but I don't know what I did. Okay. All right. Why does this work? We got a class campsite. All right, Jen. Well, let me see if we can make it work using the class here. Class and class against a class. Camper extends React dot component. Constructor props. Constructor props. Super props. Right. And return. I think we can just copy. I believe we can copy this thing here. So right, so we're gonna need this dot camper here. No. Okay, interesting. What was the render? No return. Render. Render a div that has a p tag. This dot props dot name. Default props class component. Function. It's not giving me what I'm looking for. I'm trying to see if we can make this work. So we got it working using the regular const, right? But should also be able to do it using the class thing. And when you do a class, I know you need to do it this because that's what we learned. Oh crap! I didn't take a screenshot. No, yeah, here is this right. Super this dot name. Okay, is it because I'm doing this inside the class thing? Camp. Component default props, component prop types. Yeah, they're using const. I want to see. I want to see if I can make it work with the other one. Or is that dumb? Shouldn't be trying that. We should be able to know. We got. Or maybe not. Can you call a? Can you call a class within a class? So in this example, we got a const, and then we're returning both of them here, right? Well, I mean, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I doubt it would be done the same. Okay. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm trying to do something that I don't know. Thought it might be possible, but I guess not. Right, let's get rid of that. We have a working solution, which is fantastic. Let's go. 50%. All right, what happened? 43. I thought we were at 50. Okay. Create a stateful component. One of the input. Here we go. Now we're talking. Now we're learning about state. One of the most important topics in React is state. State consists of any data your application needs to know about that can change over time. You want your apps to respond to state changes and present an updated UI when necessary. React offers a nice solution for the state management. Okay. You create a certain React component by declaring state property on the component class in its constructor. This initializes the component with state when it is created. The state property must be set to a JavaScript object. Um, declaring declaring it looks like this.state equals whatever. You have access to the state object throughout the life of your component. You can update it, render it, pass it as props. The state object can be as complex or simple as it needs to be. Note that you must create a class component by extending react.component in order to create state like this. What? There is a component in the code editor that's trying to render the name. Okay, at least we got a definition now. Right, let's put that in there. right? All right. There's a component in the code editor that is trying to render a name property. So go stateful component extend da da da. That renders this dot state dot name. This dot state dot name state. Okay. However, there is no state defined, right? Initialize the component with state in the constructor and assign your name to a property of name. Okay, so this dot state equals unexpected what? There's an unexpected comma. Where's the comma, dude? There's no comma here. Okay, there's a one in quotes. Ah, that didn't explain much, but okay. Render render state in the UI. Once you define a component's initial state, you can display any part of it in the UI that is rendered. If a component is stateful, it will always have access to the data in a state in this render method. You can access the data with this date. Okay, it's got a component that has a distance state name is FreeCodeCamp. All right, we're gonna do something. If you want to access state within the return of a render method, you have to enclose the value in curly braces. State is one of the most powerful features of components in React. It allows you to track important data in your app. If your data changes, your UI will change. React uses what is called a virtual DOM to keep track of changes behind the scenes. When a state data updates, it triggers a re-render of the components using the data, including child components that receive the data as a prop. React updates the actual DOM, but only where necessary. This means you don't have to worry about changing the DOM. You simply declare what the UI should look like. That's interesting. Note if you make a component stateful, no other components are aware. If you make a component stateful, no other components are aware of its state. Its state is completely encapsulated or local to that component, unless you pass state data to a child components as props. This notion of encapsulated state is very important because it allows you to write certain logic that when then have that logic contained and isolated in one place. Okay. It's interesting. In your code editor, my component define h1. All right. Let's start with the easy stuff. Define h1. I can do that. Not hq. H1. There you go. Which renders the value of name from component state. This dot state dot name, and it needs to be in squiggly brackets. Needs to be a squiggle. There you go. No. H1 should only render the value from the state and nothing else. In JSX, any code you write should be within curly braces. To access the value of the state, just enclose the reference in curly braces. Okay. Was that all? So all of that just to do this? Come on. We already did that last time. Also interesting that I gave a state. So if I did this dot stew, that's no difference, right? Yeah, it still works. So why is state? It's just me calling it state just to capture the initial state, I guess. Because the word state doesn't have any meaning. Looks like it's not. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Okay. Render state in the user interface. Another way. There you go. Another. Did I, probably should have taken. Probably should have taken notes on that. Let's try again. H1. H1. Squigglies. This dot state dot name. Okay. Oh, state. There you go. Prints. So what is it? This will print free code camp on the page, right? Yeah. Okay. Looks like we have new people joining the room. What's going on, guys? Say hello. What's up? Who do we have? We've got I'm posted here. Almighty Rads. What's going on? Extra more. Go with him. It's Nasrif, you're back. What's going on, man? Mislinity. What's up? Still China. Still Cena. Abs, Abs, what are you up to, man? Are you working today? What's up? What's up, Nasrif? What's going on? How's life? What's good? I haven't spoken to you in a while. Abs, I don't know if you're still here. Are you building? Are you building the game? Naz, I don't know if you were here, man. We finished the. I want to show you. Quite proud of this game. It took a while. Whack-a-moling. Whack-a-mole. Yeah, it should be this one. Oh, no, 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 what? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, should be sleeping right now, but your stream said just drop by. Okay. What time is it for you? It's at 10 a.m. for me. I actually need to get some sleep. I'm so tired. I got a 12-hour work shift and like soon. That's the game, man. If you play on your end, if you play on Chrome and put the sound on, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I started the game, but just cleaning up the code for Etch a Sketch, adding some event allocation because I don't know how to advance the code. Okay, cool. 3 a.m. right now for you. Oh wow. Yeah, I know. I normally stream midnight to 4 a.m. my time usually, but today I just went to sleep. I woke up at 6 a.m. started streaming. So, um, yeah, I'm a night owl, man. I just work crazy hours. Dude, I'm dropping straight down the middle. Come on. Stu's about to hit the thing again. Oh wow, okay. Bro, this is cheating. 47.1. Hell yeah. This is so dope. Yeah, man. That was a fun one to build. Although I found a bug. There's a bug. I'll show you the bug. So you click on start, and if you just keep clicking this button multiple times, it breaks the game. You see? It just goes in a loop, and it's broken. See what I mean? So, yeah, let's refresh. I don't know if I want to go back and fix it or not. So we did fix something where you can't hit the mole multiple times. That was one of the things, right? So so once I hit it, oh come on, dude, it's so fast. Okay, once I hit it, I can't keep hitting it. That was one of the problems we used to have in the past. So now all it needs to do is once the game is in progress, you shouldn't be able to click this button until the thing is ended. That's the only logic we need to add, but right now I really can't be asked. Did you use React? Oh no no no, just basic vanilla JS. I started learning React this morning. So it's been I know the The only React I know is whatever I've learned in the last 3 hours and 37 minutes. Yeah, the code's here if you want to check it out. How did you do the rotation? Yeah, CSS animation. Yeah, just basic vanilla JS. Um, all right, okay. Let's go. Let's get back on topic here. This is the name. Did I add that to my notes? Yes, I did. Okay. Render the state in the UI. I should probably make a note of what this is. Solution one. I guess like version. Well, implementation. And then implementation 2. All right, okay. There is another way to start in the render method before the return statement. Okay. You can write JavaScript directly. For example, you could declare functions, access data from straight props, or perform computations, so on. Then you can assign any data to variables which you have access in the return statement. So in my component render method, define a const name and set it equal to the name value in the this dot state dot name. Okay, doesn't like it. And did I just go H1 and then I guess name? Okay, very cool. For example, you could do all of that. Let's put the code in here, and it does the same thing. It adds, well, like I said, renders FreeCodeCamp to the UI. Okay, fantastic. Almost at 50%. Click me. All right, what are we doing? Set state with this dot set state. The previous challenge covered component state and how to initialize a state in the constructor. There's also a way to change the component state. React provides a method for updating component state called set state. You call the set state method within your component class like so, passing in an object with the key value pairs. The keys are your state properties and the values of the updated state. For instance, if you were storing a username in a state and wanted to update it, it would look like this. This.state username Lewis. React expects you to never modify state directly. Instead, always use this.state when state changes occur. Also, you should note that React may batch multiple state updates in order to improve performance. This means that state updates through the set store. Sorry, man, my eyes are getting blurry now. What this means is that state updates through the set state method can be asynchronous. This is an alternative. There is an alternative syntax. It's really needed. Okay. Yeah, whatever. We'll check later. There is a button element in the code editor. Yes, there is. Which has on-click handler. It does. Okay. This handler is triggered when the button receives a click event. This dot handle click. Handle click is this function here. Um, or is a method. When the within the handle click method, update the component state to this dot set state and set the name. So we need some squiggly brackets. Set the name to React rocks. Is that it? Okay. But I need to do on click. Hey, look at that. Refresh. Initial state. Okay. So you got a component React, component in constructor. This is state is name initial state. This dot handle click. This dot handle click equals this dot handle click the bind. This what the hell is that? And then handle click is a method that just sets this to something else. React rocks. And then return button on click. So on click, it will run the handle click method on this class or this component or this object. And then it returns this dot state name. So the name property within the state, the value of the state key within here. Do you know what's going on line 7? No. So I know what else is doing, but line 7, what is that? This dot handle click. Discord. Yes, please. Hey, hey, hey.
Thought I'd join ahead because the stream is behind.
Okay.
And I just joined right in time. This is
Nice.
weird. Yeah, something interesting is going on with the dots bind this. And believe it or not, I learned about the dot bind this year a couple of months ago
Okay.
when I had issues with something that I was working on in one of the projects at work, and I consulted our lead dev, and the dude just started using dot bind, and I was super confused as to what was going on. So I think with the React also, they're facing a similar issue. If you comment out the line 7, I
Right.
bet it will still work apart from line 11, which is this dot set state, and
Yeah.
that is
You're
I'm assuming the line 17 on click when passing in a function as a callback. What's being passed is the implementation of the function, of what the function does. So when you do that, you can put like other things within your handle click function, like console.log, all the other functionality, JavaScript stuff that's not related to your React component, and it will work. But
yeah.
React specific stuff or things that are related to your React component, for them to be known by the
Hmm.
on-click listener or the handler, you have to bind it to an instance, and that is how the dot bind comes into place.
Oh, so
So,
okay.
so every time you write a function and you pass in parameters or you don't pass in parameters, in the background, JavaScript is also passing in a first argument for you that you do not pass explicitly. It's done implicitly, and that is the actual objects the method is defined in. And for your callback, the button on click for for when the callback is passing there, for it to always know where do I come from, what should I have as the this thingy. Because if you don't bind it, the this is just gonna refer to the window object. The window object is a level higher than the document, and the document is the one that you've been using to get elements by ID and all that. There's
Right.
also the window object, which you can get like other things from it. So when using this there, it's gonna complain because the window object has no set state defined unless you explicitly bind the handle click to the actual objects that you're writing right now, which is the React component. It's it's a messy what do I call it? It's one of those things that are complex in terms of trying to understand it first glance, but just know that without the this, uh, the handle click will not know where the this is being referred to unless you have bound it to a certain instance.
Okay.
In
Um.
most cases, you don't need to bind stuff to objects, but I guess React for some reason needs this to work.
Okay. So what is it binding? So this dot handle click and this dot handle click dot
Equals,
bind this.
yeah. So to try and explain this as granular as I can, this dot handle click equals is first of all, handle click is already a defined method within it's a function within our class. But
Hmm.
then you can also say handle click is a property which holds a function in terms of, because you can define handle click in many ways. You can define it as, you can just set it as a prop equals to function definition.
Right.
And then we're overriding that definition now with what's on the right hand side. And funny enough, what's on the right hand side is the actual definition of the function that we're overriding. So you can also do like this handle click equals this handle click, which will have no effect because we are assigning a prop with what's already is inside our prop. But the difference with the uh, what's dot bind this is it's the same definition, but that definition is now bound to the object, which is the entire component.
Okay.
That's the difference only. It's the same definition, same implementation, but the difference is it's bound to the objects that it's defined in. You can even you can even bind that function to a component that's not even defined within that context, like some outside component. You can even
Oh,
do that.
really?
You can point it anywhere. Yeah, which I haven't done. I just thought about right now, and it's totally possible because this is pointing to an instance, and you can have like multiple instances of multiple objects. You don't have to be specific to which you're binding this to. In fact, uh, we can try it out, but it'll mean breaking this. What you can do is you can continue the the free code camp stuff, but when you're done, please copy the code as is and post on the JavaScript channel on Discord, and I'll try to modify it and
Okay.
ping you again to see if the mod to play around with the dot bind is working or not.
All right. I actually created a new channel called React, so we can do all React stuff in there. Very
Or
cool.
React specific stuff. Yeah, cool, cool. That's essentially it's with the bind. The bind is just a hey, this function now is linked forever to this object. So anything you're referencing is pretty much inside this object. And if it doesn't exist in that object, JavaScript will complain as usual. But without the this dot bind, it was
Right.
never gonna complain about this object. It was gonna complain about the window object now. That hey, the browser window object has no idea what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah, I kind of
Yeah,
get it. Kind.
and
Yeah.
I believe that's because the on-click hook is pretty much, I'm assuming, mapped directly to the browser on-click. which the on-click is not platform specific. It's not a framework specific. It's a HTML hook, that native HTML hook. It knows nothing about your React component
Right.
unless you bind to the React component yourself.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes
Shit, I'm
sense.
good at explaining that. Uh, okay,
Yes.
man. Yeah, that's it.
All right.
I'll look forward the code.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate it. Also, you should be working, man. Like, should be
I am
working right now.
working. I just pull this to the side when I see something that might get funky along the line, and then I
How
join in Discord.
how can you multitask? I can't multitask, so you got a superpower.
Here's the thing: I cannot work when everything is silent. I can't even listen to music without disrupting music and changing to another genre. I cannot work when it's silent. I even like listen to podcasts, and I can't listen to for a long time to the same person, so I change to something else, like a comedy special on YouTube. I
Yeah.
can't work when it's silent. I need chaos.
Okay, cool. I'll give you chaos, man. That's what I do. So cool.
Cheers, man.
All right, thanks. All right. So initial state, click me, React rocks, very cool. This dot set state. On click, on button click, the text shown on the page. Text and the UI changes from initial state to React rocks. All right, very cool. Well, 51%. How far are we with this? So, got bind this to a class method, use state to toggle an element, write a simple counter, create pass state, event listeners, ternary operations, array map, sibling, array filters back, render react, and we got some stuff on Redux. Create a Redux store. Get state from the Redux store. Da-da-da, React and Redux. Map state. And then projects. Okay. I think at this rate, it's Tuesday today, so probably by Friday, I think. What's the link to the challenge? Okay, I'll send you a link. I think by Friday, we should be able to start building projects. I hope. No, not this one. This one. I'll add it to the React thing as well, actually. Edit. Okay, very cool. Okay. Um yeah, we've been streaming 4 hours, man. I feel like I need a break. We've been going non-stop. It's 10 o'clock. Got work in 4 hours. Yeah, I might just I don't know if I'll come back. I want to quickly grab something, grab a bite to eat. Yeah, I think we're gonna call it here, man. All right. Yeah, we're gonna call it a stream. I will be back later on tonight. Depends how I feel. I might take a nap and come back at 6 a.m. again, or maybe midnight. Depends on how the day goes. But yeah, let's raid somebody. Who should we raid? But I will be back, and we'll see.
Life, you're working for the free shit that you could.
Peace. All right, Marble. Enjoy the rest of the night, man. It's probably 9 p.m. Who should we go say hello to? Advent of Code. There's a lot of people online right now. New PC build. Everyone's doing Advent of Code now. Rust, Vim, networking, game dev. I think mercenary mage. All right, let's see who doesn't have anybody viewing right now. Who's this guy? Hey, this guy's working on React. Discord one more time. All right. I just want to see if this guy's speaking English or not. Hey, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, apparently whatever nonsense I was creating worked,
Okay.
and I'm gonna do this thing right now. Like I legit thought it wasn't gonna work, and it surprised me by working.
Okay.
So this is exactly the code you sent me, but the difference now is I took the bar class that I showed you. I was making an example from like on VS Code. Inside the bar class, I created a new method called set state,
Right.
and that accepts a new state, but does nothing with it apart from printing it out in in the console log. And then I created an instance of bar like within the whole class scope, so that I mean the whole file scope, so that everything in the file has access to it.
Right.
And then conspire is equal to new bar. So this now is an instance of this class. And then in my component, instead of saying this dot handle click, this dot handle bind this, I bound it to the bar
Bar.
instance.
Okay. Yeah.
So now when handle click is calling this is bound to bar.
Hmm.
So it's looking for bar dot set state, and then it passes this to whatever instance is bound to this method. And when you click now, the button,
Yeah.
it prints on
Console
the
logs.
log what's up there.
Damn, that's cool.
So
Okay.
that's the use of this thing, the bind.
That's sick. That's awesome. Could you please send that in the chat too? And I'll add it to my notes. That's awesome, man. Or in Discord or wherever.
Um, yeah, I think Discord will suffice. Ah, flip. It doesn't do the nice code thingy like for code. I wanna do that. How, how, how do you do that? Like prettify the thing. Oh,
um
shoosh, I think this is it. Close, but not stupid thing. Anyway, yeah,
okay.
that's that, that's the explain for the bind. Anyway,
That's
go
amazing,
rest,
man.
man.
Thank you.
You work in a couple of hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that as a comment here though.
And
Uh we should probably make a oh you already left? Okay, we should probably make a new thing for bind. That bind can bind it to, I don't know, any instances outside of something, outside of component. Yeah, that's really cool. Learning some cool stuff today. All right, awesome. This guy isn't talking. I don't know if he's speaking English or not. Oh, I think I've got him muted actually. Is it muted? No, it's not. I have no idea if he speaks English or not, man. Whatever. We'll just raid him anyway. Why not? Raid. All right. Yeah. Thanks everyone. Have a great rest of the day, Stu. Enjoy the rest of your night, Marble, Abs, Nasrif. Enjoy the rest of your days as well. And I'll catch you all tonight. I don't know who else is in the chat. Cool. Later, guys. I think he's muted. I cannot hear him.